This is a matchup of ACC versus Big 12. Two conferences perpetually battling for respect. Added intrigue with both teams ranked in the top 15. Welcome, folks, to the Farm in Palo Alto, California, in the home stadium of the Stanford Cardinals. As we'll see a playoff team from last year, the Texas Tech Red Raiders, taking on a playoff team from last year, the Stanford Cardinals. For EA Sports College Football, Chris Fowler, joined as always by Kurt Kernstreet. Kurt, let's get right to the action. Stanford will kick it off to get us underway. And it's fielded. Returner trying to create a big play here. Coverage team flying downfield. Not much gained on that return. So Texas Tech's offense will have the football first here. And, of course, Kirk, in the age of transfer quarterbacks, this guy's been one of the most talked about dudes in the offseason. Here he goes. First game with his new team. What kind of start can he get off to?
Yeah, it's a big question mark. And the one thing about this guy is he's been able to win his teammates over right away, become a great leader. Now he wants to get off to a good start.
Oh, can you believe it? He dropped the ball. Don't see that often from this excellent receiver. It's going to bring up second down. Dropping back. It's Stone. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. And this crowd coming to life here, trying to help the defense get a stop with the offense pinned back. On third down, he drops to throw. Looking deep to the right side. That one falls incomplete. They tried to press it deep, but now brings up fourth down. And the Red Raiders will bring their punt team onto the field. He's on to boot it away now. Fair catch made near the 45. So Stanford's offense makes their way onto the field for their first possession. And they feature an experienced wide receiver who chose to come back for his senior season to add to what's been a really solid career so far.
Well, the best thing that this guy brings to this offense is knowledge of the scheme and the experience that he's been able to work with this quarterback. This defense better. Because I think
this is a matchup of ACC versus Big 12. Two conferences perpetually battling for respect. Added intrigue with both teams ranked in the top 15. Welcome, folks, to the Farm in Palo Alto, California, in the home stadium of the Stanford Cardinals. As we'll see a playoff team from last year, the Texas Tech Red Raiders, taking on a playoff team from last year, the Stanford Cardinals. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler here with Kirk Hermstreet. Let's get this thing underway. The Red Raiders will kick this away to get us going. He's going to bring this out a few yards deep in the end zone. Solid coverage there. They get him at the 15. That's where the offense will take over. So Stanford's offense comes onto the field for the first time today. Well, this wide receiver was one of the big portal additions in the offseason. He's been spending time with the quarterback trying to build a quick connection. We'll see if they have that today.
Well, they put a big investment into this receiver, and now you find out if he's worth it. Opportunity to make some big plays, attacking this defense downfield. Let's see if he's worth the hype.
Here's the second down play. Receiver in motion now. Takes off in a bootleg. They trap him and sack him back at the 10.
This is exactly how you can slow down the momentum and a rhythm of an offense. You got to get some tackles for a loss and some sacks. This time, they come up with a sack by getting after that quarterback.
Looking deep down the right side. Oh, incomplete. He's very lucky that wasn't intercepted here on the opening possession. Like to have that one back. He's going to bring up fourth down. And the ball is away from his own end zone. And that sets up a return. And he's going to head out of bounds, but not before picking up some good yardage on the return. So the Texas Tech Red Raiders offense out there for their first possession. And out comes this quarterback who's certainly familiar to fans. It's the first game of his final season as he tries to make all that senior experience come into play.
Well, we've seen what this guy can do throughout his career, Chris, but you and I had a chance to talk to him yesterday, and it sounds like he's eager to show people that he's taken his game to another level. Let's see how quickly he can get off to a good start here.
The defense drops him for a loss. He went backwards there. A second down behind the sticks now. Scanning the field. It's Stone. The pocket breaking down. Sideline throw caught, but not enough for a first down. Listen to the crowd energy here in the early going. This is a tough environment for visitors. It's third down. Quarterback in the shotgun. And he's going to take a shot down the left side. So they'll send out the field goal unit to give it a shot here from very long distance. They're going to trust the kicker from 56 yards out. Let's see if he's got the distance. And that one's straight down the middle. So we have our first points on the board. That makes it 3-0.
Boy, this guy had plenty of leg here, too. Chris, you remember the days when a kick from 50-plus was a major accomplishment? Now these guys knock these out like they're almost automatic.
Fielded in the end zone. It's Brown. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the 19. Off the play fake on first down. Caught in the backfield. It's Davis. Defense shoves him out of bounds. Not much of a gain there. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Quarterback drops back from the shotgun. Looking deep down the left side. They try a downfield shot. That's a good effort there. But now it's third down. That's the wide receiver coming in motion now. Third down, out of the shotgun. Quick throw over the middle. Oh, and another incompletion. The punt team making their way on the field. And he'll kick it away now for the second time. And the fair catch signaled for and taken. And the Texas Tech offense trots back out onto the field now. The last drive produced 3 points thanks to an excellent long-range field goal. Running back has it on a screen now. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. That completion makes it second and medium. Big throw. That's an RPO caught on the left side. Tackle is made, just a short gain after the completion. Play action fake, looking to throw. And he dumps it off to the tight end. And the Red Raiders are moving quickly down the field. The offense will set up on 1st and 10. Caught by the receiver. They bring him down, but an explosive play by this offense. Big gain.
The defense is spread all over the field, creating some one-on-one matchups, and the quarterback makes them pay for it.
The Red Raiders come to the line to run the hurry-up. To throw, it's Stone. Oh, they trap him for a sack.
Nothing is more gratifying for a defense to be able to sit back and play zone and still get pressure on the quarterback with your defensive front.
Grab down the middle. It's Hudson. They finally bring him down, but the offense set up now. First down from the 15. And the Red Raiders lining up here on 1st and 10. Off an RPO, the quarterback looks to his right. Defense drops him for a loss. Tougher second down on the way. Play fake, looking to throw. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack. So here comes 3rd and long. Giving up that sack has made this a real challenge for the offense. Looking to throw it on 3rd and very long. It's going to be a loss on the play. Forced out of bounds. Great play by the defense. Looks like a player is down injured at that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check it out. So here on 4th down, out comes the field goal team. He connected the first time. This attempt is from 44 yards away. He made it. 3 points on the board. Hold on now, there is a flag on the field. If it's on the defense, still wouldn't be a first down. The kicker's got to be protected in a defenseless position like that. That penalty is going to give the offense a first down. And the quarterback keeps it here. And he's stopped after gaining 4 yards. So 2nd and 6. Off Offense set up. This is play number 10 in this series. Looking to pass here on second down. Grab behind the line. It's Joyner. Tackle at the 6-yard line after the completion. Offense really threatening now. An important third down conversion coming here in the red zone. QB decides to keep it here. They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4. And the coach elects to send out the field goal unit. Makes it look easy.
Well, they almost put a touchdown on the board, but instead they come away with 3 points.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. And here's the return from inside the 5. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. For the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. From the pocket, delivers over the middle. Tackle is made. It's a short gain, well short of the marker. Quarterback wants to throw it on second down. Looking right, this one caught. They get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. Short completion, a third down play coming up. Makes a quick grab. Wow, juke the first tackler. That was enough to make the first down. Moving the receiver around pre-snap. Running through the tackle. And he's out of bounds after gaining decent yardage. Important second down play coming up. Trying to flex the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss. Third down play. Looking for a fresh set of downs. It's an RPO. The quarterback gets it out quickly. And he's brought down, but he does have enough for the first down. This Stanford offense is moving quickly down the field. Looking to throw it on first down. Taking a deep shot here to the right. And it's incomplete. The defender arrived the same time as the football. And now it's second down. So second down and 10 now from the 43 after the incompletion. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off.
Chris, I know it's not a huge gain. You didn't pick up the first down, but it's still early in this game. Never abort this running game. You keep working. It's kind of like a body blow in a boxing match. Keep working.
Swarmed by the pass rush. A sack. Well, Kirk, Texas Tech has the lead here. And at the end of the first quarter, let's check out the stats so far. This line getting set up. It's a first down play. A pop pass on the jet sweep. The gain is 3. Now it's second down and 7. This is a matchup of ACC versus Big 12. Two conferences perpetually battling for respect. Added intrigue with both teams ranked in the top 15. Welcome, folks, to the farm in Palo Alto, California, in the home stadium of the Stanford Cardinals. As we'll see a playoff team from last year, the Texas Tech Red Raiders, taking on a playoff team from last year, the Stanford Cardinals. Green Day Sports, I'm Chris Fowler, joined in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get this thing going. The Red Raiders will kick this deep to get us going. Fields it just outside the goal line. Will be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. So Stanford's offense trots out there to open this game. Well, this wide receiver was one of the big portal additions in the offseason. Kirk, he's been spending time with the quarterback, trying to build a quick connection. We'll see if they have that today.
Well, they put a big investment into this receiver, and now you find out if he's worth it. Opportunity to make some big plays, attacking this defense downfield. Let's see if he's worth the hype.
So after the incompletion, it's second down. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. Caught over the middle. It's Davis. The defense all over him. They stop him right at the line. And he'll drop back here on third down. And it's incomplete. Comes up a little short on that throw. And the punt team now on to kick it away. This one will be fair caught. The Red Raiders offense comes out for their first possession today. And out comes this quarterback who's certainly familiar to fans. It's the first game of his final This is a matchup of ACC versus Big 12. Two conferences perpetually battling for respect. Added intrigue with both teams. And the Red Raiders will kick it away to start us off. And he's going to bring this out from a couple yards deep in the end zone. And the coverage team gets him down. Not much gain on that return. So Stanford's offense going to get the chance to start this game off. Well, this wide receiver was one of the big portal additions in the offseason, Kirk. He's been spending time with the quarterback trying to build a quick connection. We'll see if they have that today.
Well, they put a big investment into this receiver, and now you find out if he's worth it. Opportunity to make some big plays, attacking this defense downfield. Let's see if he's worth the hype.
The offense with 3 tight ends now on first down, trying to create a mismatch. Running game is working. He'll stick with it on first down. Picks up 3 yards, so 2nd and 7. Here's the snap, and he's looking to throw. Caught near the sticks. It's Davis. Runner scoots out of bounds after gaining decent yards. Big moment on the opening drive. They face 3rd down. They try to sneak it for the first. Tackle, but only after picking up a fresh set of downs. This Stanford offense is moving quickly down the field. Off the play fake, looking to throw. On the move now. No fear shown by the freshman quarterback to pick up the first down himself. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up to throw. Grab down the middle. It's Miller.
And here the tight end shows off his hands for a nice gain. Love to see the big man get his touches.
On the ground, it's Davis. They stop him, but it's a first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. Here's a quick throw off the play fake. And the defense swarms. Not much of a gain on that completion. Offense getting set up. Here's 2nd down. From the shotgun, drops back. Grab by the receiver. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. They face a 3rd and short on the 9th play of this drive. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up 4th down now. So they'll settle for a field goal attempt here. The attempt from 47 yards. And he's got it from 47 yards. A show deep range. They come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away.
Oh, Chris, it's a nice kick here to polish off that drive with at least 3 points up on the board.
He's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. So Texas Tech's offense gets their first crack now. And out comes this quarterback who's certainly familiar to fans. It's the first game of his final season as he tries to make all that senior experience come into play.
Well, we've seen what this guy can do throughout his career, Chris, but you and I had a chance to talk to him yesterday, and sounds like he's eager to show people that he's taken his game to another level. Let's see how quickly he can get off to a good start here.
Quickly behind the sticks here after the loss. 2nd down and 11. To the air. It's Stone. Oh, there's the stiff arm. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. It's early, but this crowd is fired up. Listen to this noise here. This is going to be tough for the visitors today. Deflected to the defense, forcing the incompletion. Brings up 4th down. The Red Raiders will send their punt team onto the field. And it's fair caught near the 40-yard line. So here's the first play of the drive now that began at the 41. He'll hand it off. First down and more. He's still running. And he runs out of bounds. That's a big gainer there. Stanford comes to the line quickly here. Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half as they try to make some adjustments here. It's a 1st and 10 play coming up for the offense. They'll try the ground game here with the running back. Going absolutely nowhere. That'll be a loss on the play. Second down play coming up for this offense. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. It's a screen pass complete to the running back. Fighting off the defender. And heads out of bounds after a decent gain. And a player is down injured after that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check him out. Shotgun formation here on third down. Oh, the pass rush gets home. This was a case of a higher-ranked, respected team that came in here and handled business. Did what we expected them to do, Kirk, but they did it with impressive focus and execution.
Man, you said it. These guys just seem to be on a mission today. They weren't going to let anything get in their way, especially another ranked opponent. This team was motivated from the opening kickoff.
And that's going to wrap it up. For Kirk Hermstreet, I'm Chris Fowler. This has been another presentation.
They say games are played on the field and not on paper, and that's a good thing. Because if this one were played on paper, it might get ugly. But you never know what's going to happen. Welcome, everyone, to Palo Alto, California, the farm and the home of the Stanford Cardinals. As we'll see a squad from the Mountain West, the San Jose State Spartans, taking on a team from the playoff a year ago, the Stanford Cardinals. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. Time to get this game started. Stanford ready to kick it away to start this game. On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. So the San Jose State Spartans offense will go to work first. These rivalry games can really get the blood pumping, and we'll see who can manage their emotions best early.
Everyone's been waiting for this game, right? You know, both of these teams have had this game circled all the way back to the beginning of the...
Oh, he's getting ahead of steam. He'll be stopped and forced out of bounds. Mark it at the 47-yard line, and this offense is going to work. Big play out of the gate to start this drive, and here they come again. Looking for a man, it's Matthews. And the defense making a play, getting a hand on that pass. They're dealing with a 2nd and long. Off the play fake. Oh, they're after him. Quarterback needs to make a better throw there. Incomplete. They had the big play to start the drive, but a couple of misfires now leaves us with 3rd and 10. Wants to throw again. The throw to the outside is complete. Just keeps moving. They'll finally drag him down, but not before he gets it to the 40, and it's a 1st down. Looking to throw on 1st down. Just too much of a rush, and down goes the quarterback just behind the midfield stripe at the 49.
Well, the offense trying to stay aggressive, right? You just came up with a huge play, and right away you go back to another pass, but you got to do a better job protecting your quarterback. Can't give up a sack there.
And the Spartans trying to find their way forward after the big loss on the last play. Back to pass. Here's a heat. And here's a fumble way behind the line. Everybody needs a little luck, and the offense just got it by falling on that fumble.
Doesn't it always seem like that ball is on the ground for like 30 seconds? You got 17 guys running at it, slow motion, like, I got to get the football. Offense, very lucky to get that football back.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, trying to push it deep. With the catch, it's Platt. He stopped short, and it's 4th down. The Spartans will send out the punt unit. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. And that one will bounce and roll out of bounds. Let's see exactly where they mark it. The Cardinal offense will get its first chance now. They're led by a sensational signal caller, and Jesse, one thing every elite quarterback knows is where to find the weak spot in the secondary. And there might be a few of them there.
Yeah, there's no mystery where this quarterback is going to be throwing the football and who he's going to be trying to pick on. They knew coming into this game this was going to...
Look at that toughness, just running through everybody. Found a bunch of room and got it to the 44-yard line.
And as soon as the receiver caught the ball, you saw the quarterback start communicating to his teammates what the next play was going to be, because they're now changing the tempo and going fast.
They'll knock him down for a loss of a couple. The Cardinal increasing the degree of difficulty after that last play. It's 2nd and long. Wants to go up top. Caught in the backfield, it's Davis. Makes the grab, but not quite enough for the 1st down, but a good gain on that play. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. The Cardinal come to the line facing 3rd and short. From the gun, wants to pass. Got his man. Working their way closer and closer. A third down conversion, and they've got it at the 26. Wants to throw on first down. Catch in the middle, it's Miller. He's brought down, but he's got him inside the 10. First and goal from the 8. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost, trying to defend their own end zone. They'll dial up the run on first and goal. He's brought down at the 7-yard line, and they are threatening to take it in. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a second and long coming. Caught in the backfield, it's Miller. Goes out of bounds just short of the goal line, and they'll be set up in a great position here. On third and goal, they'll try to throw it in. And he runs it in for the score. Touchdown, Stanford! And it feels good to land that first big punch against a rival, doesn't it?
No doubt. In a game like this, too, you just want to be executing it at a high level early. So, David, that's got to feel great getting on the board first.
And settles everyone down. All the nerves, all the emotion of this rivalry game. Now everybody can kind of settle in because you know you already got a touchdown on the board.
And the PAT makes it 7-0. A 69-yard touchdown drive. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. Coming out with it, it's Smith. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. They'll get this drive going from the 17. Back to throw, it's Matthews. Grabbed over the middle, it's Smith. Now they've got a little room to work with. They're out to the 28 with a first down. They'll leave it with him. He's got a yard out to the 30-yard line. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Just working and poking and prodding and finding his way up to the 36. And the Spartans come to the line on 3rd and short, looking to keep this drive moving. Looking to throw for it. Here comes the rush, and they've got him wrapped up at the 28.
What a great job by this defense setting the tone early. In the first half, they've been hitting the quarterback early and often. Make him feel uncomfortable. Make him feel that pressure. Keep getting him on the ground. That's why they built the lead.
The Spartans decide to punt it away. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. Makes the catch at the 30. The coverage team was down there to corral him. They made the stop, and they'll mark it at the 39. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They'll put the ball in play from just inside their own 40 at the 39. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. And that one's incomplete. Working well behind the sticks on 2nd down. Looking to fire. The quick out. They'll get him down, but not before he crosses the 50. He's down to the 49. Passing game kept the drive moving. Here's first down. Motion from the wideout. Wants to go up top on first down. Just too much mustard on that one. Can't miss the target that badly. Well, will they dial up on 2nd and a long way to go? Just keep slinging it. Grabbed behind the line. It's Davis. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. Stanford comes to the line, and that first down marker is a long way away. He tosses one high and deep down the left side. Oh, he dropped it. That deep ball was right on the money. You just have to make that catch. Stanford lines up to punt it away. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. Opening play of this drive will come from their own 23. The give to the running back from the shotgun. Picks his way and gets 4 out to the 27. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Off play action. Almost intercepted. It'll fall incomplete. The defense almost came up with a turnover. Ball's at the 27. His offense facing a 3rd and long. Looking for a man. It's Matthews. Hit as he throws. Another incompletion on 3rd down. And the Spartans send out the punt unit. Wants to return it. He gets it up to the 34-yard line before he stopped, and that's where the offense will set up shop. This drive will get underway from just inside the 35 at their own 34. Not much running room there thanks to this senior defender. Backed up now, here's 2nd and long. They'll ride Davis here. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Stanford to the line on 3rd and long. Gives it on the option. Makes a man miss. Gets away from one. Finds some space. Nice pickup on the ground there. And they'll move the sticks with the first down. Use the play fake. Now to throw. Just a little bit too much juice on that one as the freshman was taking a shot. Behind the chains now on 2nd and long. They go to the ground. And he was greeted by a host of defenders and barely gets it back to the line of scrimmage. The Cardinals come to the line with lots of work to do on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. That 3rd down pass was coming in hot before it fell to the ground. They bring the punter onto the field now. He'll go back to work and punt it away for the 2nd time. Fair catch is signaled for and made. They'll mark it at the 12, and they'll start in a bit of a hole. They'll try to put something together, backed up a bit, starting at their own 13. They've got the screen set up. Oh, he's got some space. He'll get it up to about the 32-yard line before he stopped, and it'll be 1st down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. And they'll get off one more play before the end of the quarter. Back to pass, it's Matthews. Under fire. Got out of trouble and throws. We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you. They are lined up and ready to go and get things started here in the 2nd. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Going to swing it on 2nd down. Rush coming in hot, and they got him at the 29.
Well, I think one of the biggest reasons why this team is finding themselves in a hole here in the first half is this has been a sack party. They can't keep the defense off of their quarterback. They haven't been able to get the ball deep down the field, throwing it with the consistency they want because they can't keep their quarterback standing up straight.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, doesn't need to take the check down. And the deflection by the defense brings up 4th down. The Spartans will bring the punt team onto the field. And the returner runs out of real estate as he goes down. First snap of this drive will come from their own 32. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. Punts it out of the air. That play won't make the highlight reel except in the coaches' meetings as he works his way to the 39. Now the play fake. Finds the tight end. Stopped at the 44 after a 5-yard gain. From the 44-yard line, the offense snaps it on first down. Looking downfield on first down. Finds his man. It's Davis. And that defense is there to guide him out of bounds after a short gain. Wants to fire on second down. Finds his tight end. And that corner came in hot despite knowing that he was giving up some size. On third and long, trying to have a big completion here. Intercepted. Big play stops the drive. Just a small return, but a big play as they have it now at the 45.
Not all DBs make the play at the end, right? They can bat the ball down, they can be in position, but they don't really secure the football. Great job by the DB securing the football and forcing the turnover.
They'll get this drive started from their own 45-yard line. Hand off from the shotgun. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. To throw, it's Matthews. Got his man to the left. And he's brought down after a nice gain. Now they've moved it just inside the 40. 1st and 10 from the 39. To the air on first down. Keeps strong pass rush. Gets to the quarterback, and they get him at the 46.
Boy, this defense is ridiculous. On point. They know how to rush the passers. Multiple guys getting it done. 5 sacks, and we are still in the first half.
This offensive line has just been unable to keep them away from the quarterback. Now it's 2nd and long. Back to pass. Under fire. And that's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact on the play, but no flags. It'll be 3rd down. And now this offense tries to figure out a way to move the chains after the 2nd down misfire. Grabbed in the middle. It's Platt. They'll knock him down right at the 35-yard line. Still a lot of ground to cover to get to the first down marker. Absolutely perfect. That'll bring him to within 4.
How nice is it as a head coach to have a kicker like this? It makes these decisions on 4th down so much easier. Just strut him out there and let him stroke it through the uprights.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. They come to the line for the first play of the drive, snapping it from the 21. Catch in the middle. It's Miller. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe. 2nd and 7. Short completion last play. Let's see if they throw it again. Back to pass on 2nd down. He just missed the target on that one. Got to put it on his body. Stanford to the line on 3rd and long. He'll do it himself. Hard running there. He stopped just short of the 30 at the 29-yard line. Needed more to move the sticks. It'll be 4th down. They kick it away on 4th down. No return coming here. Fair catch is signaled for and made just shy of the 30. The San Jose State offense is back on the field. You want to talk about having a weapon to bail out a drive? David, that's why kickers are so important after that long field goal.
And listen, important is a relative term. We need to make longer passes and get better gains so we don't have to kick long field goals, Palmer, again on offense.
And they've got...
And the pressure gets there. And down he goes at the 18.
You can just see the excitement this defense has every play. They're almost wishing this quarterback drops back to throw because they know they're going to get home to him. That's the 6th time they've registered a sack.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On On 3rd and long, a check down would be the last resort. Finds his man. It's Platt. What a play by this defense, and they stop him short. It'll be 4th down. Another punt on the way. Got to make sure those hammies and glutes all activated. Don't want any muscle pulls from overuse. He'll get it up to about the 44-yard line before they slam the brakes on it. Give to the running back. There he goes. Lowers that shoulder, delivers the blow. And he waltzes in for the score. Touchdown, Cardinals!
And to have a rushing touchdown of that type of yardage, you've got to be able to make something miss. It's one thing to get into the second level, but can you make that last defender miss? And you saw it on that play. Once he was in the clear with his speed, he was gone.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point makes it 14-3. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great college football matchup. Texas has a lead right now in Austin, but I'm not sure Bevo's feeling like this one's in the clear. This has been a nip-and-tuck affair all game. They're up by 7 over Texas State. Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. He makes the stop almost as soon as he catches it, and they're short of the 1st down. Leaves it with the back. Crosses the 30. He's got a lane. And they'll spot it at the 38, and that'll be plenty for the 1st down. And the Spartans just got that huge run. They love another explosive play. To the air. It's Matthews. Slips away. Just gets rid of it before the heat.
They've already got a bunch of sacks on them today and another quarterback pressure. This offense has to try to find a way to get the ball out a little bit.
Just too much heat that time, and they knock him down at the 31.
Goodness gracious, this is a master class, a clinic on how to get to the quarterback. The 7th sack of the game. Are you kidding me? That's a season for some teams. They've lived in the backfield.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, you'll have to turn it loose deep. And here comes the pressure, and there he goes down again.
This is just so demoralizing. You want to talk about taking a game over. That's what this defense is doing right now. They are just winning in the trenches. They're easily the more athletic and more physical unit up front, dominating this O-line.
The Spartans will punt this one away. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. He will not make a fair catch. Field the punt and bring it back. He's brought down, but a really solid effort to pick up every bit of yardage he could on the punt return. Leaves it with the back. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. They'll try the counter. They could have used a little bit more there. Pick up of 3. It's 3rd and 7. Trying to pick up a 1st down. We're at the 2-minute timeout. They've built a big lead, and they'll try to pile on a little more before the break. The Cardinals come to the line with lots of work to do on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Oh, he just flat dropped it. He had the ball and didn't look it all the way in, and it'll be 4th down. Punt is on its way. They'll get him down at the 21-yard line. The coverage team able to stop him right there. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They'd love to put a long drive together here as they start from their own 21. They'll send the back in motion. Dropping back, it's Matthews. Throws to the wideout. Oh, he drops the football. He had him right down the gut of the field. Instead, it'll be second down. Wants to go up top. That's caught. It's Smith. How about this sophomore stopping him short of the first down line? Passing game very effective on second down. What about here on third? And the incomplete pass will bring up fourth down. And the Spartans will try to pin them back with the punt. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Returns like that are why you don't settle for the fair catch if you don't have to. Picks up just a little bit of yards to help out the O. Looking to throw on first down. Firing to the right, complete. And he runs through one tackle and picks up a few. Stanford could choose to go for it all here on 2nd and inches. Looking to fire. He finds a soft spot in the middle. There he goes. And he eluded the defense, and he'll take it all the way. Touchdown, Stanford!
Well, this offense is clicking. They've been doing it all first half. Running the ball, throwing the ball. They had insult to injury with another touchdown here right before teams go into the tunnel. This defense, guys, they have got to find some answers, and they've got to regroup here at halftime.
To tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they're on top by 18. Aggressive play calling on that drive. Just 2 plays, they get the long touchdown pass to pay it off. On the move from inside is 5. We'll see them really hit the speed button on the tempo here in the final minute of the first half. Got it in the middle. It's Jensen. Gets it down to the 33. They pick up the first down. Got to use their time wisely. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. With the first down, they'll put it in play from the 33. Dropping back, it's Matthews. Got a man. It's Platt. Nice gain on that play, but a little bit short of the first down. The offense quickly calls timeout to stop the clock. Looking to go up top, and time's running out in the half. Hauls it in. The offense will stop the clock and use one of its timeouts. Looking to throw on first down. He gave him time to react, and he almost pulled off the interception. Instead, it'll be second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Wants to throw. He's working against the clock. Snagged in the middle. It's Platt. Inside the 30. Down to the 29. Time is running short here in the first half. Wants to throw on first down. Got his man. We've got a timeout in the waning seconds of the half. Maybe a chance to get off a couple more plays. And here on second down, they'll send out the field goal unit to try to get 3 before the break. And the kicker delivers the 3 to salvage that drive. That'll trim the deficit to 15.
And listen, y'all know in the booth and everywhere how I feel about kickers. Don't always love leaving it on their foot, so to speak, but nice job executing. He keeps doing stuff like that. I'll keep trotting it out.
That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Guys, rivalry games always bring out a ton of emotions, and they were on full display in that first half. And it's been a dynamite first half, leading to a one-sided score right now. It's not over, but I think both sides know this is on the verge of a blowout. That opposing defense is inside its locker room right now wondering 2 things. What just happened, and what do we do now to try to make this respectable? That said, let's get back to the field and our guys in the booth to see who comes out on top of this rivalry contest.
The Spartans will kick it off to start the second half. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. This drive opens up at the 23-yard line. Finding open areas. And they'll stop him just short of the first down, just inches away from moving the sticks. Quick release on the RPO. All down, but he has enough to move the chains. They'll put him in play from the 41 on first down. Off the RPO, complete. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. The give to Davis. Tackle is made at the 48. It's a pickup of 5 and enough for the first down. This Stanford offense moving quickly down the field. Caught behind the line. It's Miller. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. They'll go to the ground. A pickup of 8 now to convert this 3rd and 2. And here comes play number 6 of the drive. On 3rd and short, the power run here. And again, stopped right in his tracks, nowhere to run. Stanford lines up to punt it away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. Probably not quite as good as he hoped as it goes out of bounds at the 20-yard line. They'll snap it from the 20 for the opening play of this drive. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Fires to the big fella. They'll guide him out of bounds down at the 25-yard line. Let's see what they've got on second down. Handoff from the gun. Breaks the tackle. Works ahead for a couple. They'll stop him at the 27. If every journey begins with a step, this offense needs to step into a 3rd down conversion and then try to turn it into some scores, and fast. Just missed his man, gave him just a little too much. And the Spartans will line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. They'll get down and put a stop to this return. They'll mark it at the 32. Stanford has it back. The Cardinal offense returning to the field. They'll have another opportunity to extend this lead after punting last time, David.
And it's important to put that punt behind you. It's over. Let it go. Get back to what you were doing that built this lead, Paul.
Yeah, and defense, obviously, they won a few downs that last drive, so we got to put them on their heels here. Maybe mix up a few personnel groupings and try to show them some pictures they haven't seen.
Stanford to the line on 3rd and long. Looking to the big tight end. And they can't make the play on 3rd down. And here comes the punt team. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. Signals for the fair catch, and that's where they'll put it in play just outside the 20. They'll snap this one to start the drive from their own 22. Looking to pass. It's Matthews. Get it out on the screen. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. After the short completion, let's see if they go back to the air. They'll go to work in the air on 2nd down. Unloads to the wideout. Caught over the middle. It's Smith. And the explosiveness, the big gainer, gets it to the 49-yard line. Offense getting set for first down. Wants to go up top on first down. Still on his feet. But now he's swallowed up, and he'll be knocked down for a loss on the trick play. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. The Spartans with a long way to go after the loss on the last play. The give to the back. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. And the Spartans need a massive chunk play to move the sticks here on third down. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. And his first throw here is incomplete. The Spartans line up to punt it away. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. Opening play of this drive comes from the 13-yard line. Gives it on the option. Finds his way ahead for 3 out to the 16. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. Pulls and fires complete. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. The Cardinals come to the line with lots of work to do on third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Almost intercepted, and what a momentum swing that could have been, but they still force a 4th down. And the incompletion is an open invitation to the special teams unit to come onto the field. He'll settle for some pretty good field position and make the fair catch at around the 35. Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. Off the play fake on first down. Complete downfield. Nice pickup there. Gets him the first down and sets him up at the 45-yard line. Back to the ground game on the left. They'll pick up 4, 2nd and 6 coming. Looking downfield, it's Matthews. Gets open down the middle. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. And the Spartans come to the line on 3rd and short, looking to keep the drive moving. On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up with the pass. And swatted down by the defense to stop the scoring opportunity. So here comes the field goal unit. They've been doing work today. They've already made a couple. And he's going to have to get into this football. This is a 53-yard attempt. And he missed it. No good. Missed opportunity with the field goal, and the deficit is still 15.
And sometimes I just feel like 4th down, man. Just go for it every time. Like the field goal miss, make rate. And listen, kickers have improved the last couple of years, but you left some points off the scoreboard there.
And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Ready to fire from the pistol. On the ground with the counter. They can rely on this guy to pick up solid yardage when they need it, and he's out to the 43. Looking to throw on 3rd. Got it in the middle, it's Miller. And he's to the 48-yard line. That'll be good enough for a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're working that left side. You'll take this every time. 5 yards on the first down play. Inside a minute to go here in the 3rd. They'll ride Davis here. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. Stanford at the line, needing to convert on 3rd and short. He'll go to the sneak. Got enough for the first, and he's still going. They'll move the chains. Good execution on 3rd down. They've got it at the 41. We've reached a break, and it is Stanford holding the lead. This has been utter domination through 3 quarters, and the stats will back that up. One more period to go, and we'll see just how much fight they've got left in them. They go back to work in the final period of this one. Looking downfield on first down. Pulls it in. Now he's got it all the way down to the 21-yard line, and they are threatening on first down.
You know, it's interesting. At this point of the game, with the lead in the fourth quarter, the defense is expecting them to run the ball. And because they're putting so many guys close to the line of scrimmage, they're taking advantage, throwing it 2 straight completions now back-to-back.
Can't hang on, is incomplete. I think he was bracing for the hit and didn't hang on to the football. Pulls and fires it complete to the right. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. And guys, they've come through on the first 2 third-down tries. This one might be a little tougher. Gets it to him on the screen. Nice move there. They'll make the stop about 3 yards short of the first down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. They've decided to try to go for the field goal here. Never a doubt. Right down the middle. And they'll push that lead out a little further. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Guys, back to your game in a moment, but first we have to show you how the script is being written here. Texas Tech is currently up big right now in a game they'll be talking about in Lubbock for a long time. They're up by 28 over the Rebels. We'll circle back if anything big happens you need to know about.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. We'll see what they can do on this drive that starts at the 16-yard line. They'll start this drive going to the air. Makes the grab. It's Platt. Really needed a play like that to get out of their own end. They move the chains. They mark it at the 29. 1st and 10. To the air on 1st down. Gets away. He'll grab the throw to the sideline and step out of bounds after picking up a few. Try to make up for some of that lost ground on 2nd down. Back to pass. He got his hands on it but couldn't hold on to it. And what a time that would have been for their first pick of the game. They couldn't make the connection on 2nd down. Now a 3rd and 7 to keep the drive alive. Wants to throw it. Right down the middle. Complete to the left. He's got 1st down yardage across the 50. They'll mark it at the 49. The Spartans look to keep this drive humming. And that's good enough for 1st down. Looking to throw on 1st down. Pulls it in. It's Platt. And he's able to shed 1 tackle and gets a pretty good pickup. And the Spartans with myriad options after that big pickup on 1st down. Brings up 2nd down. To the air on 2nd down. Caught close to the marker. It's Smith. Stop is made at the 35-yard line. A 5-yard gain there, and it's a 1st down. Looking to throw on 1st down. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on 1st down. 2nd down coming. Plenty of work to do here on 2nd and long. Wants to go up top. Pocket breaking down. Quarterback feeling that pressure, and he's knocked down at the 42.
And I'd be worried right now if I were this head coach. I've already had my starting quarterback knocked out of the game. I'm watching my backup quarterback now get ragdolled around as well. What can we do to protect him and give ourselves a chance to win this game?
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to turn one loose downfield. Couldn't quite haul it in. They almost had their first pick here late in the game. Down by multiple possessions, they can't come up empty on this drive in the 4th quarter. They'll go for it on 4th down. Makes a grab past the marker. Perhaps a touchdown-saving tackle at the 17.
Well, you got to give this quarterback a ton of credit because he showed tremendous confidence on that throw. That wasn't just trying to throw to the sticks. That was being aggressive and throwing it down the field. Not a high-percentage throw, but he had confidence in his guy to win one-on-one, and they keep the drive alive.
Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a 1st without scoring. 2nd down, they'll go to the air. working that wide receiver screen. They'll get it down to the 8-yard line on that throw and catch, and the defense is backed up against the wall. They'll stick to the ground looking for the marker. He didn't get it. Not only that, he lost yardage. They'll try to salvage a field goal on this drive. Splits the uprights. Good. Are forced to settle for 3.
And you want a touchdown and you want to be aggressive, but, man, right down the middle, that obviously gives me some confidence down the road that I can trust this guy.
After putting up the field goal, they're set to kick it away. Fielded in the end zone, it's Brown. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. They come to the line for the first play of the drive, snapping it from the 21. Hold it, finds his man on the left. They make the stop, not a whole lot of ground picked up there, and they'll have work to do to get the first down. From the gun, the running back looking for room. Forges ahead, picks up about 3 to the 29. The Cardinals come to the line facing 3rd and short. Off the RPO, fire right, trying to convert. And with that effort, they pick up a fresh set of downs. They have it at the 34-yard line. The give to Davis. Runs through a tackle. They finally get him stopped, and this veteran junior running back comes up with a nice play. Stanford going back to work with another first down. Wants to throw on first down. Got rid of it in a hurry, but he couldn't find his man. It's incomplete. Plenty of distance between them and the sticks here on 2nd down. They'll move the wide receiver. They'll run play action. Quarterback extends the play. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Grabbed behind the line. It's Black. He'll be pushed out of bounds at about the 33-yard line. The Cardinal can be aggressive here on 2nd and short. Fires to the wideout. A strike downfield. Touchdown, Cardinal! And the beatdown has ensued. They've extended this lead, guys, but sometimes in a rivalry game, you get down and you fight back that much harder.
Man, you've seen crazy comebacks and crazy swings of momentum in rivalry games. You just need that first thing to break your way, Palmer.
I think it really comes down to their key playmakers, David. They can come back, but these guys need to take ownership. Now's the time. In this type of game, they have got to step up and start making plays.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And they add the extra point to finish the drive. They march 79 yards on the drive. Kickoff unit is out there again, and this crowd is feeling themselves after that last drive. And he's going to bring it out of the end zone. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. They'll try to put something together, backed up a bit, starting at their own 13. Wants to go up top on first down. Catch in the middle, it's Smith. Now they've got even more breathing room out to the 31 and a fresh set of downs. Looking downfield on first down. Quarterback feeling the pressure, and down he goes at the 22. The Spartans want to crank the tempo.
I got to be honest, I'm a little surprised the offense is trying to go so fast here after giving up a huge loss on that sack. You'd think they'd want to just take a second, regroup before running this next play.
It's incomplete, and that also might be what is called a learning experience, and one this freshman got away with. On 3rd and long, hoping to throw beyond the sticks. And that one's incomplete. They weren't just trying to move the chains. They were trying to move the scoreboard. Instead, it's 4th down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Coach has no choice here. The offense has to stay on the field, down multiple possessions this late. 4th down and 10th coming. Downfield and incomplete. The defense holds. They've got the big fellas out there. A 3 tight end look on 1st and 10. Use the play fake. Now to throw. Just a little bit too much juice on that one as the freshman was taking a shot. So now it's 2nd and long. On the option. Across the 10. Got some room, headed to the goal line. Touchdown, Stanford! He ran through tackles like water through a sieve.
Yeah, and with that score, you start to get excited because you can feel the momentum starting off 2-0. I mean, you got to finish this one off, but there's a great chance you're going to. But this season has started just like you've wanted it to. Now just keep climbing. See how high we can get in these rankings.
Climbing up to tack one more onto that lead. And he tacks on the extra point. They got the ball in great field position, and bam, bam, 2 plays and into the end zone.
38, San Jose State, 9.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. They'll snap the ball. First play of the drive coming from their own 24. To the air on 1st down. Here comes the heat. He'll get rid of it. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. They're dealing with a 2nd and long. From the gun, running back on the move. And he never had a chance. Just stopped cold as soon as he got it. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Receiver wasn't ready for the throw, incomplete. Down by multiple possessions, you can't come up empty on this drive. They'll go for it on 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down. And it's swatted away. It's a turnover on downs. Couldn't ask for better starting field position for this offense. They'll run it to keep this clock grinding. He stopped behind the line of scrimmage. He reached into his bag for that move, and it didn't get him loose at all. We've reached a 2-minute timeout, and in all likelihood, they could just run the clock out. We'll see if they want to rub a little salt in the wound. Out of the gun, the inside give. Breaks into the open. Big pickup on the ground here to keep this drive moving and give them a 1st down. Stanford now has it in the red zone. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. He bullies his way all the way down to the 5-yard line. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. And they're going to score again. Yet another touchdown as they just add to their total.
Another nice drive put together. And this offense through 2 weeks, man, they look legit. This team's about to be 2-0. All of their dreams in front of them. This team looks like a national championship contender.
The AT unit on the field. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead.
San Jose State, 9.
And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. A little bit backed up to start this drive from their own 18-yard line. Looking to throw on 1st down. Can't quite make the connection there. Might have led him a little too much. Working well behind the sticks on second down. Misfired on the last play. They'll go back to the air. Throws for the tight end. He got his hands on it, but couldn't hold on to it. And what a time that would have been for their first pick of the game. Now backed up in their own end. It's 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Takes a hit as he fires. Misses again. It's incomplete, and that's 3 in a row. And the Spartans will punt it away on 4th down. This is a spot you see many returners try to take a chance, but not this time. The fair catch just inside the 40. They can stop the clock a couple more times, and they need to get it back fast, down 2 possessions as the clock keeps winding down. We've waited so long to start the season, and just the way you want to start, getting that first victory.
And the first games are so much fun. You've been practicing against each other over and over all through camp. Now you get to come out, start the season off 1-0, Jesse. Great start.
It was a great start for the winning team. Now, for the losing team, obviously not the way you want to get into this season. There were some mistakes with execution, and guys are going to have to do a better job individually. But that's why you play the games. You get to now go back to the drawing board, get back on the practice field, try and iron out these wrinkles. It's a long season ahead. A lot to play for.
Thanks so much for spending some time with us. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.